not going to believe it. I forgot my phone completely. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, thank you.
Not my phone.
Hey,
I can't keep my time now. I guess I have to keep. Oh, never mind. It's in my pocket. All righty. It's one of those days. Okay, so it's 6:30. We're so glad all of y'all could join us this evening, and thank goodness for the rain. I think we all have enjoyed today, haven't we? Much blessing to have this rain. All right, citizens to be heard. Number 2, anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council, please come forward, and you have up to 3 minutes. And if you'll state your name and where you reside at the podium. And then also, I did have a citizen inquiry over the last 2 weeks who asked, Mayor, when somebody comes to the podium, shouldn't they just address the council and not turn around and address the people behind them? And that is correct. So I just wanted to, just a little rule of decorum, just please, if you come, you are actually addressing the council with a concern or a question or a clarification. So thank you for that. All right. Anyone else like to come? There we go, Mr. Power. We need somebody for citizen to be heard. Good evening. Mm-hmm.
I missed Citizens to be Heard at the last city council. And what I wanted to do was, for the first time in my 7 to 8 years living in the city, actually enjoyed using one of the pavilions over at the park.
Okay.
One in the back, over there by the woods. Robin and Bill's daughter decided to come in from Bernie to celebrate her birthday and wanted to do it at the park. And I wanted to say thank you to our city maintenance staff. It's absolutely beautiful back there, well maintained, and it was a really pleasant experience.
Wonderful.
It's the first time I got to use the park. So
well, thank you.
Thank you to them.
Wonderful. And our Public Works Director is here, so she heard those nice compliments. So thank you. All righty. Wonderful, Mr. Power. Thank you for those kind words. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we have 3 presentations this evening. And is Kim Webster here? There she is. Okay, great. Presentation 3.1, presentation of a certificate of congratulations to Kim E. Webster, founder and director of A Place for Kids Learning Center. Let me go down and present this congratulatory proclamation to you. Ms. Webster, if you'll come forward, please. And we're going to have 29 years? Yes. Oh my gosh, at the same place? Woo! My gosh, no wonder. They love you. Right? Yes. All right, so Kim E. Webster, I wanted to introduce her. She's the founder and director of A Place for Kids Learning Center here in Leon Valley. Yes. And I have a congratulatory message for her. She's been at that center for 29 years. Whereas in recognition of Kim E. Webster, founder and director of A Place for Kids Learning Center, whereas Kim has been a cornerstone of our community for over 20 years, continually enriching it in many ways. Whereas through the center, Kim has provided valuable internships for both high school and college students, exemplifying outstanding leadership and a spirit of philanthropy, a remarkable spirit of philanthropy.
Philanthropy.
You know what I mean. Okay. Well, I'm tongue-tied this evening. Okay, now therefore, I, Chris Riley, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Leon Valley, do hereby tender this certificate of congratulations on this 20th anniversary and further urge all citizens to be cognizant of the vast number of contributions Kim E. Webster has made to our community over the years. Signed by my hand this 3rd day of September 2024, and I think we need to change that to 29 years.
29
right, so we'll let me keep this and let me change it to 29, because that's pretty awesome. So let's give Kim a round of applause. Here we go. And we'll change that from 20 to 29. Yes. And
Thank
please
you.
say something. Yes.
I've been very blessed to be able to serve the community for the 29 years. We started off as Lutheran Church of the Resurrection on Grissom Road. I'm sure everybody knows. And we, at that time, they were in foreclosure. And we came in to help them survive for 29 more years. Mm-hmm. They did close after 27 years. They just said, it's time for us to give it to you. So
that's wonderful.
It's been great. I've enjoyed it and worked with Leon Valley, all the planning and changes and things like that, and got to know a lot of people here.
And the ages of kids that are at your center?
The youngest is 7 months, and the oldest is 11.
Okay.
11.
Very good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Kim. We're
Thank
so glad
you.
you're here,
All
and appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you.
And continue 29 more years, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll correct that for you.
Okay.
And then I'll mail it to you. Let's do that. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
29 years. All right. Agenda item number 3.2. It's with great honor and great pleasure to introduce our municipal court judges who are in the back. Yes.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I was wondering if we could do the appointment and their contract back to back so they can leave after the item.
Sure.
So if it.
Okay,
if you
so that's
couldn't-
going to be 3.2, and then if the council will just bear with me, the next agenda item would be 7.7. Okay, so we'll take both of those. Let me go ahead and read those, and then I'll ask. Agenda item 3.2, presentation of an administrative conformity of the statement of appointed officer and oath of office to presiding municipal court judge Lawrence G. Morales and municipal court judge Leslie Casson. And then we'll also move to 7.7, discussion and possible action on a resolution as required by City Ordinance Section 7.01.003, subsection C, that requires judges' compensation be established by a contract as approved by the City Council. And on both, we have Ms. Arizola, our municipal court administrator, here to present. But let me introduce our judges. I'm just so happy. I talked to Dr. Caldera last week, and she goes, oh, no, they won't show up, Mayor. It's just a formality. And here you are. I love it. Come on, Judge Morales and Judge Casson, come on up. So we thank you so much for being here. We're a little late in appointing you, so you automatically got reappointed because we did not count the calendar right. So anyway, Judge, would you like to say a few words? I know we had a 29-year veteran. Now, how many years have you been our judge?
Okay.
Yes.
44
44 years,
years.
so you win the Maytag Award. Woo! Way to go.
I know that
Well, we appreciate it. And Judge Casson, you've been here about 6 years? 6 years. There you go. Uh-huh.
And of course, to Tiffany and her staff, because without them, we can't do what we do. But just we want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today and just to say hello, because we don't get to see you that very often at all.
Right.
But it is a true honor and a pleasure to serve the city of Leon Valley as a judge. So thank you very much on behalf of both of us.
Very good. Very good. Thank you all very much. So, sure, let's do that. Wasn't expecting this. Judge Morales, if you'll raise your, hello, test, I know. All right. If you'll raise your right hand in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, oath of office, I state your name,
G. Morales,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
as a municipal court judge of the City of Leon Valley
as a municipal court judge of the City of Elm Valley,
and the state of Texas,
state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the laws of the United States
the Constitution and the laws of the United States,
and of the state, so help me God.
so help me God.
All right, signed by your name
Yes,
on this day, which is September 3rd,
That's right, it is.
2024. So thank you so much. If you'll,
thank you.
yes, you bet.
Let me just-
You go. I think in blue, don't you think? Okay, that sounds good. Judge, so good to see you.
great to
It's
see
been a
you.
long
It's been a
time.
while. Yes,
It
thank you
has.
so
All
much.
right. So let me repeat after me. In the name of the, yes, if you'll raise your right hand. In the name of, and by the authority of the state of Texas, oath of office, I state your name,
Leslie C. Casson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
as the municipal court judge of the City of Leon Valley
as the municipal court judge for the City of Leon Valley
and the state of Texas,
and of the state of Texas,
and will do my best, will do to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the laws of the United States
the Constitution and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state.
so help me
So
God.
help me God.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right,
Mary.
you bet. Let's give the judge. Judge, I have a question. Since you've been here 44 years, what's the most significant change you've noticed in 44 years?
I would think it really hasn't been a change. I think it's the fact that the staff that helps Leslie and I run the court has always been top notch, and we really are very thankful for having them. So that's my appreciation. Well, it's the same issues. The faces are different though, but yes, exactly. And I'm very proud of Leslie, because when she came on, she really just hit the ground running and did not hold up the court at all. So yes. Oh. Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Not this agenda item. We're going to hit the contract next.
The next one is, as we were going through the reaffirming the judges' appointments, we found out that we had to have a contract as per our home rule charter, which we never had. So this is what we're going to present next, is a contract for their employment. So Tiffany, if you'll come forward, please.
I'm actually going to.
Oh, you're going to do it. Okay. All right.
7-7, yes.
So this is agenda 7.7, and we will need to vote on this. I just want to let the council know.
And the reason that I'm giving the presentation is because anytime I catch an error or we catch something that we should have been doing that we shouldn't, I feel like it's my responsibility as a city manager to kind of take ownership of that. We've never had a contract with our municipal court judges. We've had the charter. It's been in our charter. Nobody's ever caught it. And so I hate the staff to come up and say that they've made an error. Tiffany's brand new to the staff. She's been here less than a year. And so it's just something the city should have been doing and we didn't. As well as the reappointment of the judges. Because of the staff transition, we normally do it the meeting following the canvassing of the vote. Mayor didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. Nobody caught it. Mm-hmm. And so technically they're already appointed, but I felt like it was per the Texas local government code, they're appointed after the 91st day, and we're past the 91st day. But I felt it was important to still address it with the council, address that there was an error made, and that, we're just trying to clean that up. So
very good. Thank you.
So as part of the contract itself, the language in the contract is boilerplate language. It's a typical municipal court contract. The biggest thing, though, is the increase in pay. So when we went to the judges, we said, hey, we already did our budget. We're already done, but they're asking for an increase in pay. And so the current, if you take a look at the contract in your packet, the docket would go up from 600 to 800. Special meetings, and there's some caveats in the special meetings, is 150 per hour. Non-jury and jury docket, we didn't or it wasn't one of the fees really assessed that we currently were paying for, but it would be $150 per hour, minimum of 2 hours. That would increase our line item budget for next fiscal year by estimated about $9,600. But it is not budgeted in next year's budget. We wouldn't bring back a budget adjustment for court probably until September of 2026 if we needed a budget adjustment. But it is something that is not budgeted in next year's budget, the increase.
Okay, thank you. And how many hours is the docket usually? Is that every Thursday that y'all
Every
come?
Thursday, it does depend, but on average, it's 3 to 4 hours.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's my question. Any other questions from my colleagues for Dr. Caldera? Okay. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Now, do both of you sit on the bench at the same time, or do you guys alternate? Or?
They alternate typically.
Yes, I sit on the second and fourth Thursday, Judge Cassan on the first and third.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
very good. All right. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right.
Second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve agenda item 7.7 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate you all coming this evening. Made our meeting. All righty. Thank you so much. Y'all take care. All right. You bet. All right. Then we'll move back then to presentation 3.3. Presentation and discussion over the allocation of personnel share back to the general fund. We talked about it at the last meeting, and I'll ask Dr. Caldera to address it. We had $244,000 extra money in our budget, and so the council asked for you to address it this way.
So we have the $244,000 left over. What you will see at the next, I didn't want to confuse y'all, but what you will see at the next council meeting will be a presentation on what it will look like if we moved everybody over that we think, or get the percentages closer to what the council feels that should be in the water fund. And so we'll give an overall presentation at the next meeting. This particular presentation was just to cover the $244,000 and how we change those percentages in order to match that allocation. Yeah. And so essentially what I did was the senior court clerk and court administrator. So just so you know, all of our court personnel are cashiers. They take in every single water payment. They're the one that processes the water payment. They're also the ones that are like the first line persons to address water complaints. So why is my water being shut off? They're that person. They're the front people. So they should be paid out of the water fund. However, I could not find really where they dealt with stormwater so much. So what I did was I took the 10% off of the stormwater, off of the two court personnel at the bottom. So you'll see that I had 10% and 10% on the stormwater. I reduced that to 0 and left their split between general fund, 20% in water, 20% in sewer, red light camera fund. I think that's a pretty good indication of the amount of work. If you take a look at the number of transactions that the court processes, the majority of their transactions are water-related transactions. Next, I took a look at myself as city manager. I was 20% in water, 20% in sewer, 10% in the stormwater fund, and then I'm 25% in the economic development fund. I reduced me, because I still am technically the CEO of the water fund is kind of how it works, but I did reduce me drastically to 10% water, 10% sewer, and 5% in stormwater. And so this is my new split. The IT director, of course, does help with all the IT-related items with the water fund. And so we had him 30% in general fund, 20% in water, 20% in sewer, and 10% in stormwater. So essentially what we were saying was he was 50% in water fund, but 50% of his daily work, we can honestly say is probably not on the water fund, and so we reduced him to 30% in the water fund, and that may go down a little bit more in our next rendition, but that's where we're at in the after. Next is we have one park laborer. And so we did reduce their water. We took 10%. We did reduce that by 5%. Yes, sir.
If you add up the
Martinez.
totals, that's 95%. Is he going to take a 5% paid reduction?
On what?
The public,
Oh, yeah. Sorry, this one needs to be 85%. It's 85% in general fund.
okay, I thought he was going to take a
Yeah.
5%
Yeah,
pay reduction.
it's 85. Sorry. Let's see here. Sorry, economic development. We had Mr. Salinas. Sorry about that. We had Mr. Salinas in, 50%
Oh.
in the enterprise fund. And the reason for that originally was he was going to help me manage the community development side of that, all the impact fees, all of the big projects. With Mindy now leaving, we're still utilizing Mr. Salinas over there, but his primary role will be in economic development. So I just took him completely out of the water fund and just moved him back into general fund. And so I think it was like $75 that were off, but we got $244,000. So that's the current splits for right now. And then again, we'll bring you back a presentation reallocating the other salaries and what your budget would look like for this fiscal year if we moved everybody over and what that actually will look like.
Okay.
Does
All right.
anybody have any questions?
Any questions on this issue for the manager? Okay, there is no actual action
No, it's
tonight.
just,
This
I
is
wanted,
just presentation.
y'all voted on the budget already. We voted on the tax rate. It's all done. These percentages, and that will be, it's 85 on the actual Encode spreadsheet. But all of these were put into the Encode budget, which is what we operate off of in our sheets. And so that's how the 244,000 was utilized. The remaining was utilized for this.
Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd just like to say, Dr. Caldera, thank you very much for this presentation.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
All right.
Any further
Very
questions?
good.
No?
Anything
Okay.
else? So next meeting, we'll have it for the rest if it was 100% in general
And that will
fund.
be a little bit more of a discussion between the council members. If y'all don't like the percentages, if you feel like, for instance, if you feel that I do less work for the water fund and reducing what those percentages are, I'm going to go by what I think, and then we can have an open conversation. It's not something that's going to be an item that y'all vote on anyway. It's going to be a presentation and have a conversation about what y'all really feel those percentages to be. I'm just going to take a shot at it.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for that effort. Really appreciate it. All right. Next agenda item is announcements by the mayor and council. I have a few announcements, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have anything. I just hope everybody had a great Labor Day and you didn't labor too much. I know I didn't, which was good. I just also want to have a shout out for Mayor Pro Tem Campos. He sat in for me at the ACOG board meeting last week. I was out of town, and I really appreciate that because you have to have an alternate, and he's graciously is serving in that capacity. And then Councilmember Martinez swore in the Northwest Seniors president and secretary. Shirley wasn't there. She was sick. Well, so it was just Debbie. Okay, very good. But thank you for substituting in. Really, really appreciate that. Can't do it without the support of my colleagues, so I do appreciate that. Just want to remind you, I got a call from Mr. Garrity this afternoon, Walter Garrity with the American Legions, and they are having their remembrance ceremony for 9/11 on Wednesday, September the 11th at 5:30 at the conference center, and everyone is invited to attend. So I just want to let you know that. I'm still pushing Leon Valley Night Out, which is October 1st. We are going to have a gathering on Forest Way. We just haven't gotten our form in, so there will be at least that party. Plus, I know Tina Chasen always has a party, so she's in the chambers this evening. So please sign up if you can. We really would like that. And then I just wanted some clarification. Dr. Caldera, we will cancel the October 1st City Council meeting in place of Leon Valley Night Out. Just want to let everybody know we will not have a council meeting. We will be participating in the Night Out. And I also want to thank, we had a predicament about 2 or 3 weeks ago where we we needed to fill the Board of Adjustment, which is a very, very important statutory committee, and only had 2 members, and I needed 5. And so I want to thank Drew Power, Don Friedrich, and Teresa Moser for stepping up when I called and asked them if they would serve, and they said yes. So I believe that case is kind of on hold or something, but there will be a training, and we will get to get
We're
you all
in staff
together.
transition right now,
Yeah.
and so, but we'll get a training as soon as we can.
But thank you, because I really, really appreciate y'all. And if anybody else would like to volunteer, we have openings in all the committees except for Planning and Zoning and Citizens Police Advisory. So if you'll check that on the website. I think that's it. So is there any other? Yes, Councilmember Campos, if you have any other comments or announcements. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to
Yes, sir.
also let the citizens know that my wife and I will be hosting the Castle Estates
Yay.
Leon Valley Night Out on
Good.
October the 1st. I also want to bring to everybody's attention, there is a city manager's report at the table outside, but I wanted to highlight something that I thought just came to my attention that I want to highlight it. It's Melinda and David Demeline. Melinda, I won't say your last name because you're like Elvis, you know. We just need your first name. But David, we don't see very often. He's the Assistant Public Works Director. But I just want to thank them for all of the grants that they have been awarded and they've gone after. Just to give you an idea, the El Verde water main replacement, $1.3 million. CDBG from Bexar County grant for the replacing sewer mains in the alley between Cammy Way and Evers Road. They've also applied for Texas Water Development Board infrastructure grants for a future project. They've got CDBG grant for Wurzbach, Vista Del Rey sewer replacement, and the list goes on and on. It's really impressive, and I wanted to say thank you, Melinda and David. Thank you for all your efforts, and I know the police department and probably the fire department also have grant writers.
And the library.
But I
The
want to
library.
thank you all.
And the library, yeah.
And the library. And
Yes.
anyway. And then don't forget the bulk pickup that we're having. I don't know what they
That's
call
right,
it.
starting, Melinda, is that the 8th or the 9th?
Have all the stuff out to the curb the week of September the 9th, and
Okay.
then they will start picking up on September the 16th.
Great.
Very good. Thank you. That's
9/9 and 9/16 pickup. Okay, very good. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Orozco, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor.
We missed
And-
you.
Yes, well, that's exactly what I know that it's water under the bridge, but I did want to thank the people that reached out to me because I didn't come and stuff. But I did want to say that I was not going to miss an opportunity to spend some time with my wife. It's been over a year and a half since we spent some time together, and now I'm going to let this opportunity to be with family go by, and it was imperative that we did this. As many things I was going to point out, just 2 things. They brought up also, Councilman Bradshaw had my authority to speak on my behalf. And we didn't talk at all before. It was just that one day, and he did have authority to say what he did. And third, the police department, as I was getting ready to leave to Galveston, there was a police officer that came by. A shout out to the police department, and started talking to the police officer, and I was telling him I'm going to be taking off a little bit. He says, well, we'll take care of that. Send me an email, and we'll take care of that. And I said, and being the councilman, I said, well, by the way, how's Gonzalez and how's the police department coming along? He says, it's been the best I've seen it in years. He says, I'm having a good time working as a police officer. I'm enjoying my job, and it has a lot to do with the city manager and the police department. And the chief of police, of course, he mentioned David.
Great.
So shout out to the police department. Thank you for checking up at my house once in a while. And I can go on, but just thank you so much.
You bet. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Real quick, Mayor, I just wanted to congratulate the Bernie Little League. They played in the Little League
That's
World
right.
Series, if anybody saw that, and they ended up losing to Florida. It was in the U.S. championship, and then Florida went on to win the championship against Taiwan.
Oh, really?
The Taiwan team.
Okay.
So yeah, it was really
Well,
really
thank you for
close.
that. Yeah.
Just wanted to tell them congratulations.
Great, I appreciate it. Since you brought up that about the police department, because I already talked to Chief and I already talked to, since we're talking about our great police department, my next door neighbor works for TABC.
Yes.
Right? And he stopped me yesterday and said, he doesn't call me Mayor, he calls me Chris. Anyway, Chris, I want you to know I was driving home from being out, you know, he works all over the state, I think, 3:30 in the morning, and he said, and I was speeding on Evers Road, and I got stopped by your police officer. And I want you to know it was the most professional stop in my whole career. And he wrote a little note, and I said, who was it? Oh, I don't know, but he brought me over the ticket. So I'm passing it on to the manager and to the police chief. So anyway, we have a good police department, and we do thank you for keeping us safe. And he only got a warning, so he really, really, at 3:30 in the morning, did his dog and pony show. So anyway, but he was very grateful. So, all righty. Anything else? All right. Well, we'll move on to, Dr. Caldera, how about your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're so glad you're here.
Thank you. I apologize for the disruption. I was trying to get something corrected before you signed it, so my apologies. So we are scheduled to, Angela called and polled everybody to see who's available in Saturdays in October. It looks like the majority of y'all are available on October the 19th. Mr. Orozco, you said you were not, so you're the only one pending that's not available on the 19th. So can you double check your calendar?
I already put it in my calendar, I'll be here.
You'll be here on the 19th?
Oh, good. Okay.
So then you should be good to go. So we will be meeting on October 19th and October 26th, because you'll have, the 19th will be the water workshop. It'll be here at City Hall, and then we'll meet again on the 26th for your coffee.
Is that at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I'm thinking 9 a.m. if that's okay
All
with the
right,
council.
That sounds good. And for about 3 hours? do you think?
It depends on how many questions you have. Me and Melinda want to go through the capital improvements plan, and so it depends on how many questions. We were anticipating a couple of hours at least,
Okay.
just for
It'll
questions.
be here,
It'll be
open to
here.
the public.
It will be open to the public, but the best way we could figure out how to show y'all everything and all the plans is going to be in the conference room, but we'll make chairs and stuff available for those that
Okay.
want to come.
Very good. All right, great. October 19th.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I think the majority of y'all have heard, but Mindy Teague has resigned from the Planning and Zoning Director. We are currently advertising for that position. As we move through that process, I will invite whatever council members that would like to sit on that interview panel. If that's something you would like to do, I can only have 2 council members at a time. And so if you could just please put in your request if you're passionate about planning and zoning to the mayor or to myself, and let me know that you would like to sit on that interview panel, so I can make note of that. So if that's something y'all would like to do, please just let me know. And that concludes my city manager report.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Consent agenda, item number 6. Is any one of our council members want to pull any of the consent agenda items 6.1 to 6.4 for discussion? If not, may I have a motion and second to
I
approve?
so move.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So we are now moving to our regular agenda at approximately 7:04 this evening. And 7.1, we do have a public hearing and we will vote on this agenda item this evening. Presentation, public hearing, and possible action to consider approval of a plat of approximately 2.238 acres of land, being P-8 Abstract 317, CB 4431 to lots 12 and 13, Block 11, CB 4431, Leon Valley Addition Subdivision, located at 6301 Sawyer Road, with a variance request to not build a sidewalk. And we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City
Yes.
Council. So this is a request by the Wat Dhammabucha Buddhist Temple. The property is about 2.238 acres of land, and it's located at 6301 Sawyer Road. In January of 21, the youth church was not allowed in an R1 single-family zoning district, and the temple wanted to expand their operations with the construction of a prayer hall. So to do so, they applied for a planned development district, and they had their approved site plan. The development never occurred, so that PD expired. At that time, the city engineer said the plat and the buildings met all the requirements of the city code. So here is their plat. This is Sawyer Road right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got homes on each side. And this just shows you what's on the land right now. And there's the aerial. This is Sawyer Road right here. The owners paid all fees associated with this plat. They are asking for a variance to not construct a sidewalk on that side of Sawyer Road. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the plat and of the requested variance.
Okay.
I do have their representative, Scott Dye, if y'all had any questions about the plat.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Dye. How are you?
I'm fine.
Great, great. If you'll come to the podium and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for you on this requested variance. And yes, Councilor Member Campos.
I just had one question. It might be
Sure.
for Melinda, but is there sidewalks on both sides of the property?
No, sir. On the side of Sawyer Road where they're at, there are no sidewalks at all. On the opposite side, there is a sidewalk in the back of the apartments that are over there.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I do want to make a point that the council has adopted an ordinance to require sidewalks to be put in. And so at the zoning commission meeting, I said staff's recommendation would be to deny the variance piece of it, because we do, as part of the ordinance, staff follows policy. We want to make sure that we abide by that. And so we did recommend that the variance be denied, because we do recommend that connectivity, and that's kind of the goal, and to put in sidewalks. But the zoning commission did pass it 2-3.
2-3.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Right.
All right. Yeah, there's not very many people that live on Sawyer Road. I mean, I haven't driven there in a while, but it's more like you're in the country. And of course, the Buddhists have a huge section of that road. So anyway, what do y'all think? Anybody else? All right, so we have a public hearing, and let me open the public hearing and ask for your input, and then we'll go back to the council to see what they'd like to do on this. So at approximately 7:08, we'll open up the public hearing and ask for citizen input. If you think we should grant this request, deny this request, and we have the chair of our zoning commission, Mr. Eric Mata, here this evening, and what are your comments?
Yeah, as Crystal said, it wasn't unanimous, but it was a 3-2 vote. And I think the idea was, it is a fairly rural road. I mean, the homes there seem to have about at least an acre or two. There are more homes across the street. And I went over there with my daughter the other day after we left Planet Fitness. And they have such a large stretch. And I think they try to keep it fairly natural. And so anyways, and I mean, I'm just bringing it up, but they were also the temple that I think donated land for the park in Old Mill. So there was a representative besides the engineer or architect here from the temple that came and spoke. And it seems like that's the intent, to try to keep that area kind of natural. So anyways, just some thoughts.
Well, very good. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else like to add anything on this agenda item? Yes, Mr. Power, how are you?
Drew Power, Canterfield. So I've gone back there on my motorcycle several times, and one of the things that I find most appealing about that area is the nature and the natural feeling for it. And I think that is right in line with the temple. I would hate to see us overpour concrete where it really isn't necessary. The area doesn't strike me as a hazard to pedestrians using the street instead of a pedestrian dedicated sidewalk. And it helps preserve some of the nature of our city.
Right. Well, very good. Thank you for those thoughts. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? All right. If there's no other comments from our residents and visitors in the chambers, I'll close the public hearing at 10 minutes after 7 and ask my colleagues for comments or a motion or whatever.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass this with the exemption. Or no sidewalks.
Okay. We have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve 7.1 as presented. In other words, approve a variance requesting not to build the sidewalk. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you being here, Scott, and have a good evening. All righty, take care. Moving then to presentation, regular agenda 7.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action, and a request by Burkett Media for a variance to Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.04 Signs, Section 3.04.011, On-Premise Signs, Subsection 3 Sign Height, Subsection D 60 feet on expressway frontage roads, to allow a 75-foot high sign located at 5920 Bandera Road. And we have Roque Salinas, our Economic Development Director, here this evening to present. Good evening, Roque, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
This individual is asking for a variance to the sign height on along 410 or 410, the frontage road. So your options are either to approve, deny, or to have a modification. It is at your discretion. The current sign that is in question here is going to be the IHOP sign. And so we talked about the digital billboard that we approved in probably back in March to be erected. It's been gone up, and well, now it's up. There is a conflict. The IHOP sign is in the way. It's about the same height, and so the owner is proposing and going ahead to move the sign, is offering to move the sign to IHOP and moving it over so he won't be in the way of the current sign. And so, to give you a better visual, this is what it looks like driving down 410. You can see at the current location, the IHOP sign is partially blocking the digital board sign. Mm-hmm. So their recommendation is to move it just a bit over to the left and go up about 15 feet. They chose, so here's where it's going to move over to the right. They chose 15 feet because they want it to be in line with the site of the Skechers sign.
Okay.
Now, the Skechers sign is 60 feet tall. It is not 75 feet tall. It just happens to be on a hill. Mm-hmm. And so it would be in line with the Skechers sign, but the Skechers sign is not 70 feet tall. It is within requirements of 60 feet along the frontage road. So it would come to that height, and that's how they got to 75. The fiscal impact, the owner has paid the fees. Sign may attract customers to the restaurant, and the billboard sign has obviously an impact on fiscal impact on that as well. And so it's at your discretion to move the sign over, and that's what he's really asking for, is the variance to move the sign and then go up the 15 feet to clear the current sign.
Okay. And do we have the applicant?
We do have
here?
the applicant here,
okay.
Yes.
And if you'll come forward, please, and I think Good evening and welcome. And your name, please?
Yeah. Hey, Bo Burkett with Burkett Media.
Oh, hi, Mr. Burkett.
Yeah, good
yes,
to see you guys
we saw you again.
Yeah,
yes.
So, it's been a fast few months. So we got the sign constructed. It went really well, and we're starting to work with CPS. Should have power hooked up within the next 7 to 10 days. So as we've been working through that, and the sign was built, we are built at the max height. Our billboard sign can be built with TxDOT. Mm-hmm. So whenever we built that sign, we realized after it was built that we were blocking IHOP's sign next door. We're partially blocking his sign, and then he's also blocking us. So I got with the IHOP owner, Mr. Hakeem. He was going to be here tonight, but he got stuck in Del Rio just with the weather at one of his other stores. Mm-hmm. But he was very accommodating, and he said, hey, this is a win-win. If you can move it over and get it above your sign, it'll give me added visibility that I'm forfeiting right now, and it'll also help us get unobstructed visibility of the billboard sign. And then if you remember from the approval process, we're also giving the city free ad space on the sign. So this would be something that would also benefit city messaging as well as local businesses and nonprofits also. So we're not looking to modify our billboard at all. It's not changing any of the scope of the sign that's built. That's built exactly to plans of what you guys approved back in March, like Roque said. We're just looking to move the sign, IHOP sign that's currently there. And then there's actually, if we had a closer up picture, it's a pretty old sign that it's starting to partially pull out of the foundation. It's coming up out of the ground, and it needs a paint job. It's got some broken glass on its pylon can up there. So we're offering to the IHOP owners that we're going to fully pay for the new sign. It's going to be a state-of-the-art new sign. We've turned in all the engineering. We're working with one of their, they have 2 vendors that they can work with nationwide for their, as a franchisee. So that company has already sent everything over that meets all the code and engineering for IBC and all that. So we will be paying for the new sign for IHOP and then moving it over. And then, like I said, we would just be really just looking for a win-win to where he'll get some better visibility where we don't block each other out, so that's kind of why we're here. Wish we could have just made our sign 10 or 20 feet taller, I would have. It's just, TxDOT ties our hands on billboards, but TxDOT doesn't have any standards on on-premise. You could build an on-premise sign.
Oh, I see. I was going to ask you, but TxDOT doesn't have to approve the 75-foot.
No,
okay.
In fact, you could go 150 feet on.
Really?
Yeah, with TxDOT. It's just with billboards off-premise, they're treated as out of a separate, set of criteria. So our hands are kind of tied. We're just hoping to get, obviously pretty significant investment, just get unobstructed visibility. And this would just be kind of a one-time deal to freshen up that sign, make it better looking, and then a little bit taller to where we both get better visibility.
All right. And you're saying your sign, your digital sign, will be up and running when?
Yeah, we're just waiting on CPS. As soon as they hook up power, we're ready to go. It's fully installed. We did all the brick cladding. I don't know if you've driven by there recently, but it turned out really nice. It's got the brick all the way up the pole. The City of Leon Valley can is up there with the, it turned out really nice. So we're really happy with that. But yeah, we're just looking to move IHOP over a little bit and just get it above our sign.
That's a very generous offer for you to
it's
pay all those expenses.
It's obviously an added line item we didn't plan on, but it's something that I'd rather do it all at once and just make sure he's happy, we're happy, and get everybody in the community, happy with it as well all at once, rather than come back to you guys here in 2 or 3 years.
Sure. Okay. Anyone have a question? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
By any chance, do you have a picture of what the new IHOP sign is going to look like?
We do. We turned that in. I don't know if you have a slide for it, but it's one of your. They standardize their signs, so it's going to be like what you see at one of the newer IHOPs here in town. Anything that's been constructed recently, it's very similar to the same can, and the can is going to be the same size. So we're not looking to enlarge the IHOP pylon. You have the pole that goes up and telescopes up, but the actual top part is 10 foot by 20 foot, and that is going to stay the exact same size. It's just going to be brand new and have a clean, fresh paint job. So it'll be ultimately the same sign that's there now. It'll just be freshened up and moved over a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Question? Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I think this is a good opportunity for, Leon Valley business. I did see the other day that Office Furniture Liquidators here on Bandera replaced their sign, and it's kind of like a refresh of the city. So I'm definitely in favor of this.
And I just had a question, Mr. Salinas. Will this be then our tallest sign in Leon Valley once it's completed? Or do we have other signs?
No, I think Ancira
has a taller sign. I think their flag is pretty tall.
Okay.
So I think the flagpole is pretty up there as well.
Yeah.
But,
all right.
It's not going to be too far off the eyesight because it's going to match the Skechers sign, so it should be fine.
Okay. Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the council? Yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make the motion to approve this item as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Martinez to approve agenda item 7.2 as presented, the 75-foot sign moving as we discussed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Good to see you again. All righty, take care.
Thank you.
Be safe. All right, then moving then to agenda item 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action, preliminary acceptance of public improvements at Poss Landing subdivision located at 7213 Hebner Road. We have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Welcome back.
This is an administrative item to comply with our subdivision code.
Okay.
In July of 24, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the plat of Poss Landing subdivision, which is we now know as Senna 1. In August, the city engineer performed a final inspection of the public improvements and found them to be satisfactory. And so now the owner is petitioning the city to accept those public improvements. Oops. The applicant posted a maintenance bond in the amount of $56,763, which is 10% of the actual cost of the construction, to guarantee compliance with the one-year maintenance agreement. The applicant will be required to correct any deficiency after 1 year prior to the city council performing their final acceptance. That's all I have for you.
Okay. So I was just surprised. because you gave us all of the cost to date, right? The 1.4 million that they've put into the project, is that right? In our
The only
packet?
public improvements that are in that subdivision is the water and sewer.
Okay, but then.
The
but
roads
you
are
had-
private.
Oh, okay, but that, I guess my thought was, this is water and sewer, but then he had to do all these other things that bumped up his cost, and I thought it was the total of 1.4 million. And then I thought, okay, on top of that, he had to buy the land. I mean, so in other words, it's not cheap to build it's not cheap to build a subdivision. That's my point. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Mr. But I understand this is just the water and sewer that we're approving. Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So Melinda, I have a couple of questions. So was there any inspections of any kind done to the water and sewer as it was being installed?
Oh, absolutely. This is a public improvement. So our city engineers were out there, Public Works Assistant Director David Dimmeline. They had some special inspections as well. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And with the bond amount of $56,763 and change, is that the maximum they're responsible for?
Yes, sir, for a maintenance bond.
Okay, but what happens if for some reason something goes wrong and the cost of that repair is higher than the $56,000?
For the first year that these are accepted, the owner is responsible for all repairs.
Okay.
It's only if they fall down dead, go bankrupt, whatever, that the $56,000 would come into play, because then we would cash in the bond and do the repairs.
Okay. And so if the repairs are higher than that, then the city would be
responsible.
Responsible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It's a good question. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so it says correction of deficiencies after 1 year to be performed prior to the final acceptance. When do you think the final acceptance will be?
1 year from the date this is approved.
Oh.
So if we approve this today, a year from now,
Yes, sir.
and then a year and a day, it's up to the city to maintain it.
Correct. After that 1 year period, they now belong to the city.
Okay, thank you.
But we're inspecting all along the way, right?
Absolutely.
Water and sewer to make sure they put it in right, and yeah, okay. Very good.
We do mandrel testing, we do back T testing on the water. We looked at every inch of it the whole way that it goes through.
Okay, that's good to know. Yes, Mr.
Well,
Martinez.
I heard, isn't it true that on a new construction like this, for about the first 10 years, there's no issues?
I'm not going to guarantee anything.
I know, but I've just heard that generally speaking, for about the first 10 years, there's no, if it's installed right, there's no issues.
Well, and it's good pipe, too. It's our standards. They had to conform to our standards, so we know what materials we've made them put in. We're pretty confident that's going to last 25 to 50 years.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Campos, did you have another thought?
One follow-up question.
Yes, you bet.
In that agreement that we take this over, there were different exhibits, red lines, different
get
things.
that.
Now, I didn't see it attached to the packet, but did they turn all those exhibits in?
Oh, yes, sir, and they're required to give us their plan of record, their record drawings.
Okay.
Yeah. It
And those
wasn't
are
in our packet,
incorporated
though.
then into our
Yeah.
capital improvements plan.
Okay, so that was already done?
Yes,
correct? Okay.
All right. So, what is the pleasure of the council on agenda item 7.3? Go ahead. Mr. Roscoe.
Okay. So I thought he was going to do it, sorry. So I didn't put my glasses on.
I think he wanted to share the
But
wealth.
that we approve 7.3 as written.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Campos to approve agenda item 7.3 as presented, the preliminary acceptance of public improvements at Poss Landing subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Melinda, for
Thank
your
you, ma'am.
presentation. Do appreciate it. All right, then we're moving then to agenda 7.4, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment to the general fund budget for fiscal year 23-24 on behalf of the Earthwise Living Committee. This is a first read, so we will not vote actually on this tonight. We have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director and Staff Liaison for Earthwise. Thank you for being here. So good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me this evening. Here to present and discuss authorizing a budget adjustment on behalf of the Earthwise Living Committee. So you're going to be asked to consider the amount of $5,947.88 from the general fund to fund the purchase of Earthwise Living Day promotional items. Your options are, either approve, deny, or consideration of another amount. Purposes, the Earthwise Living Day 2025, as you know, and you've attended this event, we generally give out merchandise, promotional swag. So the Earthwise Living Committee would like to use that amount, $5,947.88, to purchase these things now before the next budget year. So give you some background. Yes, the city staff hosted the Earthwise Living Day committee, or the Earthwise Living Day event 2024 rather, because the November 8th committee meeting, the committee decided to designate the city to organize the event. So we as a staff, I as a staff liaison, kind of organized the event and relied on city staff, everyone to work as a team to solicit sponsorship, recruit vendors, and host the event. The expenses that we made were total of $2,062.12. And this is purchasing supplies and advertisement. So the committee is requesting the budget adjustment in full to purchase supplies for next year's event. So a breakdown here, the city budgets every year $2,700. I did spend $2,062 of that on various things. And so the balance remaining, I guess, technically would be $637. We did seek sponsorships. We got over $5,000 in sponsorships. The vendors do pay a fee. They total $230. So if you add that with the remaining fund balance, it's $5,947.88. That's where I got that figure from. A little fiscal impact, just to be transparent. Here's a breakdown of everything that was kind of used, expended to host the event. So the trees is a partnership with CPS. We pay half, they pay half. We get 300 trees. It costs $3,000. The city pays $1,500. So Melinda has told me there's a healthy tree fund balance, so that we're going to use that account and not charge the committee. Public Works staff, as you know, has to set up the event and work. That's their fees. All this is kind of a breakdown of everything, but the city is covering a majority of it. What hits the Earthwise Living budget was, so we have a hospitality room. We bought tacos, donuts, coffee, things like that. So this is what H-E-B and Rita's is, plus some H-E-B gift cards. Sam's was, various things like the coffee creamers and things like that. Washing the linens or the drapes after the event, $80. The shuttles were $700, and the banners that we install and promote the event were $550, which is your total of $2,000. So, but this is exactly what it cost the city to run the event. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council? I do want to note that $2,500 of that sponsorship is from Tiger Sanitation, and as per their contract, they give it directly to Earthwise Living.
Correct.
So and the rest is, from CPS. I mean, we get a bunch of other sponsors, but
VIA did over $700.
Yeah, VIA gave us $700.
CPS, Energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Any other questions from the council? Yes, Mr. Campos.
I really support this event. It's a very beautiful event. It's over 30 years old?
Yes, 34
years old. But somehow, that's a lot of money for swag,
Sure.
5,000, whatever the amount was, because really the city has expense of $1,500 to pay half the trees. That wasn't, I noticed, not in the expense line, and the staff overtime is almost $2,000. So I don't see that as really what it really is that, hey, we solicited donations and now we want the excess, but we didn't count all the expenses. It's a small amount, but I just wanted to point that out. Okay.
Okay, but it is a city event. It's always been a city event, so yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr.
I
Ralston.
totally agree with Congressman. I made you a congressman already.
Wow.
You know?
Congressman. Promoted.
Well, I guess we know what we're going to do next year. Councilman Campos, you're doubling the amount of things that you're going to buy. Is that for things that you're going to give away or?
So, like, if you see here,
that's a lot.
Yeah, the banners itself is going to cost the committee $550. So minus $550, right? We're probably not going to do the shuttles again, but they're going to have to dry clean. There's other expenses that we named in the meeting last time.
We're going to pay for the trees, $1,500.
They designated $1,500
$1,500 for
to actually
trees.
pay for it for next year. So we don't have to count on the tree fund.
Yeah.
Like we did this year.
Right. And I don't know about entertainment. I know they want to, have some entertainment.
Right. They
so,
want to bring Papa Bear back, which I didn't bring to that event. I just
exactly.
couldn't
So were we
justify
short?
spending money
Were
on
we
him.
short on things that we gave away? Did we run out or?
No, we have.
So we still have them, but.
Oh, we have
so
those
the
bags,
extra
but we're thinking of.
2,500
I think the committee
could
was
be used
thinking
for the
about doing
employees
something
and
else.
stuff that we need, right?
Well, and then you also have to understand too, this is 5,000, but we also budgeted in next year's budget, the regular 2,000, whatever. So their total budget would be 7,000. Now, what I recommended to the committee was that they did get 5,000 in sponsorship, and I said, well, why don't you pay back the city at least the 2,600 that we budgeted for? Was my
Right.
recommendation at the committee. The committee decided that they wanted to ask for the full $5,000.
So what are the consequences if we don't approve this? And say,
Nothing,
hey,
you
you know
just
what,
give
you
them
got
a
26.
lesser amount. So as the mayor mentioned, it is a city event, and so you give them a lesser amount to spend on promotional items. So the items here, the $2,062 that you have here, you've already budgeted for next year. It's in your budget for FY26. The $5,000 that we're doing for the budget adjustment this year is going to be for tree swag, and they can save $1,500 and move it over to make sure that they have that covered for next year for the trees. So if you take the $5,000 and you minus the $1,500, that's what you're leaving them to purchase swag with, either bags or cups or
Heisman and
aprons
things like
or
that.
yeah. That's outside of what's budgeted here.
You get another cup like this.
Whatever it is. I mean, they've always given out either the bag. They've always given out some bags, aprons, something at the event. And so the council doesn't have to do the $5,000, but that's what they're requesting is their $5,000 to be able to do either nicer giveaways or maybe add entertainment or add something to the event.
Yeah, if they would have, gone halfway with us and given us that additional 2,000 plus money that they have over and say, hey, you know what, we got this much over and we've got some expenses in the back that include staff. But it looks like they'll be able to function with the monies allocated with the $2,000 that they have already. I don't see a reason to increase it, but that's just my thought. And again, also, I think this is a worthwhile event, but that's what
Now, I
I'm
will
saying.
say every year we do a budget adjustment to give them money to spend because when the event takes place and when they have to place the order for their swag. So I'm not saying don't give them a budget adjustment. I'm just saying that we always give them money in this fiscal year for them to be able to purchase swag. It's the amount that they're requesting. Normally it's about $2,000 to $3,000. This is the highest amount I've seen.
Yeah, I can see the 2,000. I can see being giving things away. Doubling it, I don't think, like you said, we have things that are left over from last year that we can give away as well. But that's my thoughts.
Okay. Anyone else? We will not have the staff overtime this upcoming year because
The Earthwise is
the
committed
Earthwise
to
Living
doing the
Committee is
event.
going to volunteer. I mean, we're going to get volunteers on that. Last year, it was we were in transition.
But you
between-
still are going to have the police and the
And fire
public
and Public
you know.
Works.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, this is the first year or two that we've had this itemized like this. We've never had it itemized in the past.
Well, and I just got, I mean, because
and I know you're being transparent.
I
I understand,
am.
but we've never had to pay for it.
It's not pay for it. It's just more
that's-
of trying to make sure, because everybody kept saying it's a wash, Earthwise is a wash. You give us the money, we raise the exact same amount, and it's a wash. The city doesn't spend any taxpayer. That's what was been said for as long as I have been here. And then, I mean, we would just be like, okay, that's not a true statement. It's not a wash. We're expending more city funds than
said that.
than what the city's giving. Yeah, like, and it's, I think it's a valuable event. I'm not saying that it's not a valued event. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do a budget adjustment. All I'm saying is this is the highest amount of budget adjustment that I've seen the Earthwise request. And my recommendation at the committee meeting was for them, the city budget's $2,600. If you want to make it a wash, then they should at least pay back what the city gave them. It was my recommendation at the meeting. They said they didn't want to do that, and they wanted to use all the $5,000. And so that's fine too.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the council have a question, comment? If not, we have Mr. Mata wanted to say something.
Yeah, I agree. It's an enjoyable event. I guess I've gone the last couple of years, and there is an educational value to it as well. I guess what I'm left with after this breakdown, and I appreciate the transparency. I think that's always good. You know, serving on various committees, I'm left with I don't want to say a bad taste in my mouth, but I find it strange that there is a committee that plays a role in dictating funding or what's going to be allocated towards the event. I don't serve on a committee where we get some kind of budget. I think that's a little strange. And I think to protect this event, it'd be wise to take that out of the hands of the committee. I just don't see that as being a wise thing. You're going to have a lot of people questioning that. And I'm glad to hear that, and I've volunteered to help out in the past for the event as well. I think we really need to rely on volunteers, and I'm glad to hear that for this next year that will happen, because this overtime issue. I'm not saying that not enough people in the community take advantage and enjoy it and benefit from it, but I'm not sure that it's quite like a July the 4th event, I just think there needs to be a balance struck on it. So I appreciate everyone being open with this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
This is a first read, but I just need to know the dollar amount.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. Ms. Heil.
I agree with Councilman Orozco. Our budget is tight, and I just can't see spending another $6,000 with our budget. We just went through all that, and I think we have to save our money.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right, so we have another read next time, and I'd like maybe the council to consider, and I think I brought that up at the meeting.
Yes, you did.
That I did. I brought up the meeting. I said, hey, guys, why don't we just let's forego the $2,600, give that back to the city. But the majority of and of course, I'm not voting or anything like that. I'm just the council liaison. And so that's what I would suggest, is that we take off the $2,600 and put that back into the general fund and give the balance to the committee. I think that's a reasonable compromise. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And we don't know, again, we know we're going to get $2,500 from Tiger, because it's part of their contract. They have to give it to us. But then all of the other sponsors, we'll just see how much more money we get from that. So, but anyway, that's what I would ask the council to please consider.
I would be happy if we approved it with let's say $3,000 instead of $5,000.
Okay.
I'd be happy
Again, this is the first read, so we can't.
So I'll change the budget adjustment to 3. Is everybody amenable to the 3?
2.
2. Seen 2.
2.
3.
Split the difference, 2,500.
2,500? Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Crystal. Moving then to agenda item number 7.5. And let me go back to 4. Are we going to put this in the consent agenda, or you want to actually discuss it at the next meeting?
That'd be fine.
Consent agenda for 2,500?
Okay. All right, thank you. So noted. 7.5, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $696,758 from the enterprise fund balance and $320,000 from the general fund balance to purchase 100 acre-feet of water rights. Again, this is our first read as required by the city charter, and Melinda Morse, our Public Works Director, is here again to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is to consider approving an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for the purchase of 100 acre-feet of water rights. To prepare for future development, the city needs approximately 300 additional acre-feet of water rights. We currently own 1,758 acre-feet. We budgeted $140,000 per year, but last year we couldn't find any to buy. So right now there's $280,000 sitting in there for the purchase of what we thought was going to be 40 acre-feet. We now have an opportunity to buy 100 acre-feet. The seller, I already asked, he's not willing to just sell me 40 acre-feet. So the new subdivisions that are being developed with a total of 583 new homes, we're expecting that by the year 2029, 2030. This purchase, there are also more vacant areas in the city that we think are going to be also developed in the next 10 years, be it for business or for residential. This purchase will ensure that the city is able to provide adequate water supplies to all of our Leon Valley customers during times of critical period drought management. And I might point out here too, most of the vacant land that we have left is in the Leon Valley water system area. You have a few pieces that are inside Loop 410 along Evers Road that are in the Saws area. Developers pay impact fees, and the funds that they pay in may only be used to pay for water rights and for larger facility construction due to their development. So it can't be used for any kind of maintenance or operations that we have right now. So far this year, we've collected $60,000, and we've only given out permits for 5 homes. So the cost per acre foot is $12,000. Total acre feet's 100 acre feet. So the closing costs are going to be around $72,000 plus or minus. It just depends. So we're looking at about $1.272 million. The enterprise fund in impact fee balance has $696,758. The general fund reserve we would take $320,000 from, and then of course the amount that we already have funded, which is $280. So that brings us to $1.296. The budget adjustment that we're going to need total is a little over $1 million. And so your general fund balance as of 9/30 of 23 was $5.9 million.
23?
Mm-hmm. We always count from the end of the fiscal
Yeah,
year.
okay, but
fiscal
we
year.
haven't minused everything yet. Okay. Can you go back to that that sheet? So the $696,758 is going to wipe out that fund, correct?
Yes.
So that'll be a zero, but it'll be replenished as more homes are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the $320,000 general fund reserve is coming out of our savings, and that's, I guess you would say, all of the city of Leon Valley citizens are paying that.
Yes.
Right? For the development of these new homes that are solely going to be serviced by the enterprise fund, correct?
Sort of.
Okay.
So it is going to be used for these new homes that are on the Leon Valley water
Right.
system. Right now, well, actually, right now, oh yeah, it would. It would be all of it. I was
All of
thinking
them,
about we're going to be
right.
short water rights if we go into a permanent type of stage 4 situation, but that's still just for Leon Valley customers. Yeah.
So it's, okay, so I just think that's important to, but again, that's because of the development we have to, and I agree, we need to have water. I mean, it's very, very important, and got to provide it for these new homes. So, yes, Councilor Campos. Oh, Councilor Bradshaw,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
I just had, well, one, who is the seller of this water? You said you couldn't find a seller before, so who's selling the water?
It's a private seller who's going through the Edwards Aquifer Authority.
And why is it a typo, $12,000 per acre foot?
Not a typo.
Oh, it's not a typo.
Did somebody negotiate that, or that's just his price?
Oh, we tried negotiating it.
So my concern with this, obviously, is $12,000 per acre foot, when if you look at Texas and nationwide comparisons, it's like, that's like 4 times the market rate of water. It should be around $3,000 per acre foot, not 12,000 per acre foot. So we're getting.
I was going to say,
not correct.
I would agree with you about 10 years ago, but now it's just.
2017 data from SAWS, it
Really?
was $173 per acre foot up to $3,000 per acre foot. This was for
The
2017.
173 was probably for lease.
For a lease?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
We've
for-
paid
it's for
5,500 per acre
unit,
foot for the last.
water projects, SAWS water projects from right on the, what is this? The TAMU website, water value memo. And there, like I said, I did multiple searches. I didn't find anywhere near a $12,000 per acre foot cost. Like that's, to me, it seems like it's price gouging, what it is. It's,
Last year, the only water we could find that was for sale was at 10,000 an acre foot. The year before that, in fact, the 2 years before that, we purchased at 5,700 an acre foot. It has been steadily rising.
So water desalination is 3,000 per acre foot.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean that's expensive to do that way, but
No.
it just seems like we're getting poked in the eye on this with this kind of a deal. So I
Well,
think we need
let
to
me
do
ask you this. If we didn't purchase this water, would we have enough water for the 568 homes that we're bringing online?
No, we will not. Our whole goal has always been to get to 2,058 acre foot of water.
That's
Now,
what
we
I
can do
thought.
that through leases. You don't have to purchase water. You can actually buy leases, and as I was saying, leases are between $125 and $170 per acre foot. You can lease for a year, you can lease for 3 years, you can lease for 5 years.
Okay, but the advantage of buying versus leasing is what?
We own it. It's actual property. And if
Okay.
we wanted to in the future, if we weren't, if we had an abundance of water, let's say, like there were several years in a row where we leased our water back to other people
I see, because we own it.
because we own it.
Okay, very good. Did you have a comment, Mr. Campos?
So the water market has changed dramatically with this drought that we have, and that's what's driving up the price.
Correct.
SAWS is currently not purchasing water rights like this because they already have enough, and what they're doing is supplementing it through leasing. I don't know that that may be what we want to do because we're much smaller than SAWS, but from the water that we have, being in drought restrictions stage 3, and currently we're in stage 4, where there's cutbacks. Plus, and this is what we don't talk about, but there's pumping versus selling, okay? And we're losing from the pumping to the selling around anywhere from 18 to 20%. I think it might be higher. They talked about 24% in 2024 because there was a fire with the Finley Apartments. But they've got dead-end mains that we don't sell that water, okay? But we use that water.
Really?
Yes. And so when you start looking at it and start shrinking it, I don't even know if we have enough to meet the current residents that are on our water district. Okay?
As long as we don't go into a prolonged stage 4, we do pretty good. But,
just don't
we're
know.
back into, Edwards is back into stage 4 right now. We stayed in stage 3 because we've got plenty of water right now. And we will, we keep an eye on it the closer we get to December. They start counting January 1.
Right, so City of Leon Valley is in stage 3. Are you telling me SAWS is already in stage 4?
Edwards is
in stage 4, but
okay, but you have to realize SAWS is not consistent with our stage because Edwards only makes up 52% of their total water inventory. That's why they'll never match the Edwards. Okay, SAWS, not SAWS has different wells and other aquifers.
Vista Ridge.
Right,
yeah.
and that desalination plant, I mean, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? And, that's why that would not be something SAWS would, Leon Valley would ever get into. So while this seems high from where we were years ago, this is today's reality. And it's not going to, I don't believe, in my opinion, it's not going to get any cheaper, and we are going to need water.
I spoke to several attorneys for water rights sales and leases and conflicts and things like that because we're also trying to find an agent for our Regional Water Resource Development Group, because now San Antonio River Authority's gotten out of that. And so after talking to all these law firms, one particular said, you're going to see it go to 15,000 next year
Oh, wow.
per acre foot.
Okay. And I guess I heard you say that you did try to negotiate a lower price with the owner.
Yes, we were looking for 10 because that's what I had. The one sale that did occur last year that we could have gotten involved in was for 10,000 an acre foot.
Okay, all right.
And this particular seller has 187 acre foot of water rights available,
Wow.
but they want to hang on to 87 of those for their own, just in case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So, any other questions from the
Yeah, I would.
council? Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I would like to see the difference, the cost difference proposal versus, the buying the water versus leasing.
Versus leasing.
The rights, yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Do you have a avenue that you could reach out to for leasing?
Sure, it's
For
the
100
same place, Edwards Aquifer Authority.
for
Now,
the
the
100
leases-
acre feet? Uh-huh.
Well,
Same.
not particularly 100 acre feet. There you've got different amounts.
okay. It's
but
just that
they're
that's
only
what
to
we're
the
buying
end
here.
of the year, and so we'll have to wait till. I don't want to do a lease, that's $150 per acre foot, just for 3 months.
I see.
That doesn't make any
I see.
sense.
You need it on an annual basis.
Yeah, and I have a paper.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm hearing you say, Counselor Bradshaw, you want to compare purchasing versus leasing, but the same amount. Is that correct?
Right.
And then we can decide. What do y'all think? Does everybody else agree
That's
with that
fine.
approach?
I prefer to buy.
You prefer to buy? Okay. Ms. Hall, do you have a? Okay, so you want to see the comparison too?
Are we in a time restraint at the moment in order to get this price, or?
Well, we're having homes built.
Okay.
And so if we
Uh-huh.
continue with the same, 22 and 23, we were in a huge drought.
Mhm.
This year has made a difference. We've been able to, hold on to our water supply better.
Mhm.
Plus, we also fixed a whole bunch of large leaks, large
Mhm.
main breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so our water loss is going to be lower this year than it was last year. But that's not to say that we won't go into a drought next year,
Sure.
and it's not to say that I won't have more large main breaks.
Yeah, but what is,
Yeah,
does the
what-
quote expire?
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm going with.
Does the quote expire, is what their question
He
is.
gave you a
They
bid
have
of
another buyer.
12,000. How long is that, how long do we have to make a decision on this?
I had explained to him that this needed to go through council for 2 reads.
Okay.
So, yeah,
The
2 weeks.
We can make a
difference
decision
is
by
the
next
lease is
meeting.
going to be $100 or $150 to $175 per acre foot. So there's the difference in cost right there. The problem is that you only have those leases for 3 years, 5 years, 1 year, whatever it is. And so, everyone on this list from the Edwards this year have ended their lease in 2024. So they'll start over again next January.
Mhm. Okay, so it's 3 years is the maximum
Depends on the owner.
on the
So-
lease versus owning. Yeah.
And the longer you lease, the higher the price. So if you only get a 1-year lease, you could get the lease for $125 an acre foot. If you go to 5-year leases, it's $170 per acre foot.
Okay, all right. Yes, Mr. Campos.
One other thing to point out is that we need to come to a decision pretty quick, not only for the transaction, but for the impact fees to go into effect for the developers. Because keep in mind, this increases our impact fees, and we're going to recover some of this back from the developers. And that's the reason why we're really in need of this. So
We can recover up to 50% of the
50%.
cost.
Okay, so 500,000, roughly 500,000 is what you're saying from
Yes, ma'am.
impact fees. So it really only cost us 500,000 to lease, to own for 100 acres.
A
is
little
what you're
bit
telling me.
more because you
Little
got
bit-
closing costs.
Oh, that's
and
right,
things,
closing costs. Okay, thank you for that. That's important. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, you're saying $150 an acre foot?
To
You're
lease?
talking about a lease.
Oh,
So
on a lease.
it'll depend on how long you want the lease. So it can go from 125 to 170 per
Okay,
acre
let's
foot.
say 150 times 100 acre feet. So that's a lot of money.
Right.
Right? So buying and leasing is.
Wait. I want to make sure we get
Okay.
this. It doesn't make sense. $150, right, times 100 acre feet, that's $15,000, right? But you're talking, if we buy it, it's 12,000 per acre feet. That's $1.2 million. That's a lot of money. That's the difference. So if we buy it, we have it forever. Okay. So if we buy it for $12,000 instead of lease it for $150, that means it would take us 80 years to pay off the purchase. We're basically financing the purchase for, well, we're not financing, but we're paying it up front to cover us for 80 years.
Well,
go ahead.
Well,
'cause
we could have leased for 80 years if the price stayed the same. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Melinda, because I'm thinking.
You're doing a one-time investment of $1.2 million, and you're paying.
Right,
for
but
the
your
next-
696,000 can only be used to purchase water.
Okay.
Right.
But it can be used for a lease, right?
Yes, but what I'm saying is if you're looking at whether purchasing or leasing for a long-term investment, in this particular case, owning your water rights when you can only use and 696,000 for water rights,
Okay.
and then you can, as I mentioned in the city manager's report, as you're putting in more money, as you're building more homes, you can refund back the general fund if that's something that's concerning to you. As we start getting impact fees into
into the fund.
into the fund again, then you can refund the general fund,
In addition to that, you can lease out the water rights if we're not using it. If
which we
bought
did
the-
last year or the year before we leased back.
Yeah, if we bought the 100 acre foot of water rights, we're not going to need all of those for lots of years. And so we can be the lessors.
Yeah, and how much did we lease them out for?
I don't remember, it's been like 2 years.
I think we made.
It would be the going rate.
30,000?
So you would have to pick how long you wanted to do it. So if it was 1 year, you would want to pick 125 per acre foot. If it was a 3-year lease, which we could probably do, then you would increase it to 150 to 170.
Again, it's not a good investment fiscally to buy something that you pay for that it's going to take 80 years to repay on a lease, and you're giving a little bit. It would be. It's just, if
Well,
you were to
but
compare it
it's-
to real estate or something, it'd be like, I'm going to buy $1 million mansion, and then I'm going to lease it out to Eric for $250 a month, right? Like, who wouldn't do that? I'd lease it, because I'm not going to live 80 years to pay it off.
One of the problems that we ran into many years ago, probably 6 years ago, is that we couldn't find any to lease. And there were several small cities that ran out of water, period, because they couldn't find a lease. So this protects us from having to go through that.
So I understand all that. My concern is technology is getting better, desalination is getting cheaper. There's ways in the future. So if we think we're not going to have any water or be able to buy water for cheaper than $12,000 an acre foot for the next 80 years, maybe 5-10 years, then maybe you buy. But I just don't see it. I don't think
The
it's-
problem with trying to mix water sources, right now we have 2 Edwards Aquifer wells. That's it. So if we were going to buy water from a desalination plant, we would have to put in the piping, we would have to put in the mixing controls, the equipment that would do that. It would be extremely expensive to do that, to try and mix a water source.
Yeah, I didn't really mean that we're going to get a desalination plant. I just meant there's other sources, there's other future ways to tackle these problems.
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I think you make a really good point about the 696 can only be used to purchase water, and then also I like the idea that as we get the impact fees, we can reimburse the general fund, and so then you have, assured. But I understand what you're saying too.
Well,
Mr.
and then not to mention, just as you need 300 acre feet.
Yeah.
This is only 100 of that, and at some point you're going to have to get another 200 acre feet. At some point, as we continue to develop and move, and all the houses get developed, and so you are going to have a balance between what you own and a lease option at some point in the future. And so I'm not saying that the lease option isn't going to be. It should be part of this conversation, but I don't know when you will ever get the opportunity to purchase 100 acre feet again.
Yeah. this is the largest purchase that I can remember, you know.
It's
So,
getting scarcer and scarcer.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Campos?
And again, I just want to point out, the impact fees that we're going to collect as the developers put in the new homes. And that we don't want to lose our opportunity at this transaction. We don't want to lose the opportunity to show our true cost of obtaining water for the new developments so that we can include them in our updated impact fee calculation. That's real important because right now we had in the budget for that impact calculation was only $6,000, and the market is not ever going to be at $6,000 again.
I happen to agree. I mean, that's what the cost was from the Roar Dog from Regional Water Development, and they had set that price for 3 or 4 years in a row, and we were fortunate enough to buy water rights at that price. But last year, the only sale that came up was for $10,000, and I said, no, let's not buy it because it's one sale. One sale does not a market make. Now, the only thing you're getting is 10, 11, 12, and as that attorney office said, you'd be lucky to find it under 15,000 next year.
Okay.
You're in favor?
So this is just the first read, so you want to, I think we need to discuss it some more. You'll get us the comparison, is that what I'm hearing? I mean, I think we already kind of know what it is, 15,000 versus, 1 million or 1.2 million. I don't, so.
I'm in support of purchasing the water rights.
Yeah, I think it would behoove us to purchase it because we're going to be able to get it reimbursed with this impact fees, and then it's a sure thing. So it's hard. It's a hard decision. It really is, but it's a decision we have to make. So.
It was just really scary those years where no one could find leased water.
Right.
And that's when we said, okay, we had 2 300-acre-foot leases. And we said when those run out, in fact, we started right then to buy water rights. And as those leases ran out, we made sure we made up for that.
And I remember one of the water consultants that came to our workshop. I mean, they were impressed with how much water we owned. That was a real asset for our city, the 1,700 whatever acre feet we have. So.
When was that?
I think it was not.
It was when we were doing the wells.
Yeah. So that was 2017 is when we did.
I think she came in 2015.
2015? Okay. Yeah, 2015. Yeah, 2015. That's when it was. Okay. So what's
So I'm just,
yes,
again,
go ahead.
sorry, Mayor.
No,
So if we
it's
had
all right.
extra water then, extra water that we leased out because we owned it, we had water to spare, we haven't built anything since 2017. So now we don't have enough water for our.
Well, I think it's the 583 homes that are coming that.
I understand
Melinda,
that, but what I'm
yeah.
saying is we had extra water. We purchased water. We had extra water. We leased it out to other people because we had extra water. Where did it go? I mean, I know water goes away, but we own these water rights, and now we're building more homes. So we're not leasing out to other people anymore. We should still have extra water to cover this.
Do you have an answer to that? And then Mr.
Sure, it
Campos.
depends on the droughts. I mean, in years where there's no drought, we had extra water. We'll have extra water next year if we don't go back into a drought. But if we go into a drought and we have to drop down into stage 3 or stage 4 or, God forbid, stage 5, then we're not going to have it.
And if we use more than we're allocated, what is the fine?
We get fined.
We get fined more than $1.2 million?
Not more than 1.2. We would have to go out and find some leases, though.
It's almost like you just take the fine and do that. Better than pay the $1.2 million for some water rights to feel happy, I just I don't see
Okay.
something's not adding up. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
All right. Mr. Campos, did you have something else?
Just to reiterate what you had mentioned, so if we were in stage 2 a couple of years ago, that was a 30% cutback. We've been in stage 3 for quite a long time, for 35%, and we've gone in and out of stage 4 where there's a 40% cutback. And with the age of our infrastructure, our I'm going to say water loss, but non-revenue water is a better term, because I know you've got firefighting, you've got dead-end mains and other things, but the non-revenue water is going up from what you're showing us in the diagram that you gave us during our retreat, okay? So that's the reason why the static, if we were in stage 2 before, yeah, you're going to have excess water, but if not, you're short.
Well, I always look at the Edwards Aquifer well on the back of the sports page every day, and I think it's like at 626 feet or something, and usually, I mean, our average is like 650, 660, so we are way low already. I mean, we haven't made up that it hasn't gone up any. So I don't know. It's worrisome, because I think we're going to just continue. I mean, water is very, very precious, and I think, like you say, it's going to just get more and more expensive as we go forward. So, yes, Mr. Roscoe.
I know this is the first reading, we're not going to take action on it today. Both Campos and Bradshaw make some excellent points. There's some points that I want to ponder on. I also don't want to miss an opportunity to get this 100 acre feet, as city manager indicated. I'm going to have more questions, because I'm going to do my own research as well. But it seems like, we'll be darned if we don't. And we may, but I'd like to ponder the points that Bradshaw had indicated and do some research. And when we come up for the second, or when it comes up in the next meeting.
So we'll put it on for discussion, continued discussion. It's an important issue.
I'm in favor of it. This is only an opportunity that our professionals, that people that have been here, think that they're not going to have this opportunity again. So I may be leaning towards it. But I'd like to research some
Thank you
stuff
for that.
as well.
Really appreciate
and
that.
I'll wait till it comes up in the next meeting.
Okay, great. Yes, Ms. Heil.
So is there a period of time where they're going to withdraw what they have, where they withdraw this price and sell it to someone else? Do we have a period of time before we have to act?
I had asked them to wait until after we had the second council meeting, and then I would let them know the day after that whether or not the council
September
wished to purchase
17th,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
So they do have other buyers.
And when do the impact fee balance, when do we get that money back? As the builders build the homes?
Correct.
Then they give it back to us. So it would be a period of time.
Correct. We are taking the impact fee item back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to increase it.
Okay.
We're proposing to increase it to 11,500 per acre foot. And of course, then the developer would pay half of that price. But that's still got to go through planning and zoning, and then we've got to publish it for 30 days before we can bring it back to the council.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
I don't know if, or who can answer this question, but if I understand this, right now we have 1,750 acre feet. Okay, and if we're at 40%, so we only really can use like 800? Is that the way it works?
For this month, it's a rolling 10-day average, and so we weren't in stage 4 all year. At the beginning of the year, I think we were in stage 2, and so I think it's a 20% reduction. And so that carried on for a couple of months. And then when you go into stage 3, then that starts another average. And so we're never really at the 40% unless it stays at stage 4 all year long.
Okay, so, if
Can I
we're
give
at
you
stage
this
4,
paper?
then instead of, we can only sell 800, roughly 800 acre feet. Is that the way it works?
You would
I'm
deduct
sorry.
it off your available balance.
Yes, so you deduct that, so that's how much you'd have. So if we had another 100 acre feet, then that would raise our minimum, if we're in stage 4, it would raise how much water we could use.
Right. But keep in mind that so I handed Melinda that stage 2 is a 30% cutback, okay?
Stage
Right.
2 is
Right.
30%?
Stage 1 is 20%. Stage 2 is 30%.
Okay.
Stage 3 is 35%.
Okay.
Stage 4 is 40%, and then stage 5 is 44%.
Okay.
And keep in mind, again, this non-revenue water from this historical information, in 2021, it was 13% of the water pumped that was not sold. 2022, 19, 2023, 18, and then there up until March, there was a 24% difference. Okay.
And this
Again,
is leaks, right?
Well,
Yeah, I
it could
mean,
be for
leaks,
fighting fires.
all
we,
that.
We
yeah.
have to flush our dead-end mains or streets
Mm-hmm.
where you can't let water stagnate out there, and so they have to be flushed out. Is that a correct
Mm-hmm.
statement, Melinda?
And we have to flush fire hydrants. We replace valves. We do all kinds of stuff that wastes
That wastes the water. Yeah, gotcha.
You can't sell.
Mm-hmm.
And every utility, I'm not saying that we're doing a bad job, every utility is grappling with that same issue.
Sure.
SAWS is just forming a new task force, a new area to solely concentrate on that kind of loss. So I just want to kind of build you a picture that even though it says 17, and it might be 30% in stage 2, add another 20%. So there's only half. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Gotcha.
That's available.
So right there, we're at basically 800 acre feet that we could actually use or sell.
Well, it
Well,
would,
not-
you would
Rough
have
numbers,
a,
rough numbers.
but you have to consider that 100 would be added to our inventory, so it would be at 1,858, and then we would only be able to use, depending on the drought, if you're stage 2, you can't use 30% of it, right? It's
So
You
take
can't
off
use
a third.
30% of it, but then if we have 20% loss,
Yeah,
so that's 50%.
right. So just want to point that out.
Okay. All righty. So we'll continue the discussion at this September 17th meeting and make a decision then. All right. Thank you very much, Melinda. I appreciate it because I know you've been passionate about water all these years. So serious. Yeah. All right. Let's move then to agenda item 7.6, presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15 Zoning, Article 15.02 Zoning Ordinance, Division 7 Permitted Use Table, Section 15.02.381 Permitted Use Table to regulate the location of CBD retail establishments. This is our first read as required by the city charter. And Melinda, if you'll continue with the discussion, do appreciate.
So this is to consider approval of an amendment to our Code of Ordinances to regulate location of CBD retail establishments. The proliferation of the retail establishments that sell these items, it's CBD oils, Delta 8, vape pens, TC8, all kinds of that stuff, it's becoming concerning. The city should wish to provide a very diverse business community to assure consistent and thriving economic development. Thriving and diverse communities drive economic growth through increased business opportunities and the increased consumer spending power. The diverse business community may also contribute significantly to a community's quality of life. So in our permitted use table, we would allow those stores in all these districts, but it would not be located within a radius of 5,000 feet from the nearest existing CBD business. Not be located within 5,000 feet from the following land uses: a religious institution, a school or daycare, bar or liquor store, or a pawn shop. And then it prescribes how to treat their signage on their glass. These retail establishments do collect sales tax. Excuse me. In your economic development, you want to revitalize our declining commercial areas by creating and reviewing and enforcing codes that impact economic development. At their meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this amendment. One of their questions was how many we had. And so right now we have 5 of those stores within our city limits.
Wow.
But there are 14 outside of our city limits within 2 miles. So they're just popping up everywhere.
And Melinda, my understanding, because I talked to the manager, there's no other city that has an ordinance like this.
I think she said Bernie did.
Does Bernie?
No, it's like an all business district regulation. So they have like a diverse. You have to have a diverse. Like you can't have the same type of business in certain shopping centers. So it's not just related to CDBD. It's
Oh, okay.
related. Now we do regulate with distance. You know, your liquor stores and your financial institution, non-charter financial institutions, those kinds of things.
And we
so
would be doing that in this ordinance as
we'd
well.
be doing that in this ordinance
Yeah.
as well.
Okay. All right. But you have it an O-1X.
That's office district.
Okay, and the reasoning behind that is, I mean, I'm just curious.
Wouldn't have retail in a business in an
Oh,
office.
you won't have retail in a bit, okay, all
office
right.
area.
Duh.
Some, but not very many.
Okay, all right. So the rest is business, B1, B2, B3. Okay, very good. Yes, Ms. Heil.
There's actually 3 of those on Evers Road, all practically next door to each other, within a block.
Yes, you've got Planet K, Hazel Sky, and CBD City
But that's in the city of San Antonio.
on the opposite side
Yeah.
of Evers Road from Leon Valley.
Right. But you're saying we have 5 in our city, and we have 14 within 2 miles of our,
Outside of our city limits.
outside of our city.
And I
within
checked
2
our
miles.
distances. You actually could have a total of 8. So you would take the 5 that you have now, which are non-conforming, and then 3 more could be located. It just depends on where. You could have one on Evers Road. You could have one on, if you didn't count the ones out in San Antonio, you could have one on Grissom Road, and then you could have one on Eckerd Road.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments? This is a first read, and so I don't know.
So we add it to consent?
We can add it.
agree.
Y'all want to add it to consent? Okay, very good. So we'll add it to consent for next time. All right. Thank you so much, Melinda. Okay, we've already taken 7.7, so we move to 7.8. Are there any future agenda topics that any of the council would like to address at
I know
this
that
time?
the city manager sent an email late this afternoon about the Veterans Memorial. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the agenda, but if you can just send us, I didn't get to look at them, just your.
So I gave y'all, so I gave you a price for the monument, and so at our retreat, the council said, some of y'all said y'all wanted to raise money, but the monument and the benches were roughly about 24,000. And so just commercial, you know, cement benches and a nice monument. We can look at a different monument if you want to look at a different monument. I thought the monument me and Melinda chose was nice, so you can take a look at that. I attached pictures of both of those. But then y'all talked about maybe raising money on your own. And so I didn't know if y'all wanted to like consider a budget adjustment on that, if you wanted to try to raise money on your own, what y'all wanted to do. So I just needed a little bit of direction. So I didn't know if y'all wanted to add it as an agenda item or if y'all wanted to take on the task of try to raise money.
I think we ought to ask the American Legion.
Yeah, I just wanted to
It
see
is.
what 24,000 was going to
Yeah.
get us. What-
So I attached pictures in there, so it's the monuments in there. I don't know if I attached a picture of the benches or not. I can get you a picture of the benches.
Well, okay, well, I don't want it on the agenda just yet. I want to look at some stuff as well.
Okay.
And let me talk to Mr. I just talked. Well, he and I had played telephone tag. But let me talk to the American Legion. I think do they still get the money from the bingo every month? You know, so I mean they have a streaming income.
I mean, we can look at a smaller monument if you'd like, but
I mean,
me and Melinda picked one that we thought was pretty cool.
24,000. I mean, since we're all talking about how tight our budget is and whatnot, so we ought to.
Well,
try.
and the idea was, I mean, the direction of the retreat was to get you all a cost, and then you all would either try to get some of the money raised, and then But I didn't want to just lead on that.
Is there any grant money out there? Do we know?
Not for monuments.
Not
and
for
stuff like
monuments.
that.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. You never know.
I would just
But
do a
asking the
food for
American
thought.
Legion, yeah. But what I'll do is I'll just keep it like on a ticker until I get 2 council members to add it to an agenda.
Okay,
item.
let's do it that way. Sounds good. Anybody else? Future agenda items? All righty. Well, if there aren't any other questions, comments, then we move to adjourn without objection at 8:19 on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024, and we'll see you on the 17th. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. We're adjourned.
Where did you get that information about the 3,000?
Google, just Google water costs. Just Google and Google water costs in Texas. Acre foot.